ti Margarita Palace Hotel kana yiha me electricity regulatory authority ta wariya ne mutane hatam pero tala mapapa me lancer vision menya kita me gidomo rating ke well match me Uganda ka check me kan lancer vision poini la wocha de kwenye apana chini mapario mahali bario kiaribu ya mwangi birigigor mei man uchamu rampiara chekne kita man kiramo tichkereke chamu chato ke po mech mapapa makwao match manati gibao electricity poini operating but in a few months to come what do electricity gamuta tia por iyo lo depend bo atpa tia me karuma much pero mano one Uganda lost check romero engagement macho in Magarita Doka kanye committee tiemi nywa hotam kere nyakolo le yulok mine ni gino kere wela chel magin giromo dietone wota nyo ya ne ati bolwa ne la me ne gin ocholo wel kile nakuma nyo gin cholo wel nakuma ni no manene imaki ba yo pari ba man ko matane ati iyo nyo ERA, Electricity Regulation Authority, notitero Dr. TT, meno kitchen umeme mapola kare, one wabere depending konge mineral mat electricity Uganda kedong lao kan soti ni ye kan di kan yote biyo meno igore mate wara nim kan imagarita pale sote poyin amabe lansati matekero yuvaman live from Magarita Palace Hotel Gabramo Lukawa Ramo all these proceedings on our YouTube channel Meno Regional QFM Pichani Wekaweku Kakenya. Not your bad.
There. Okay. So this presentation is about the electricity regulatory authority so that we can understand who we are and what we do. So the electricity regulatory authority is a body established by an act of parliament and it is mandated to regulate the distribution, generation, transmission, and exportation of electricity in Uganda. ERA is an ISO certified company. That means that we do our work as guided by international standards to make sure that we give you quality service in your respective capacities. And for 5 times now, we have been ranked as the best regulator on the African continent through the electricity studies done by the African Development Bank. I think that deserves a round of applause. This is our board. These are the people that take the key decisions concerning all of you. So if you're happy with the decisions, these are the people. Equally, if you're not happy, same people. So our 5-member board is led by the chairperson, Dr. Sarah Wasagari Kanabi. She is not here today, but she is ably represented. Then we have member Ambassador Joanne Ravemere, the presiding officer at the hearing today. We have Professor John Senta Mundumba. We have Engineer Arias Chiemba and CPA Boch. So from this composition, there are 2 economists, the chairperson and Mr. Dumba. We have a lawyer, Ambassador Ragemere. We have an engineer, Arias Chiemba, and a professional accountant, CPA Gustavio Boch. This is the management team. It supervises the day-to-day operations of the Electricity Regulatory Authority. It is headed by Engineer Ziria Tuwalo over here, and she is supported by a team of 5. Dr. Geoffrey Okoboy, the Director Economic Regulation, is present here. CPA Edward Lira, Director Financial Services, is also here. Then we have Mr. Harold Obiga, Director Legal Services. We have Mr. Julius Wandera, that you have already seen, Director for Corporate and Consumer Affairs, and Engineer Judith Maiga, Director for Technical Regulation. This is the structure of our industry. So we are ERA, we here. However, we report to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and we take policy direction from the ministry. And we also report to the ministry about our work. We have a body called the Electricity Disputes Tribunal. I don't know how many of you have interacted with it. It is the electricity court. So if you electricity consumers or the different companies are not happy with a decision or the level of service you're receiving, and you fail to get satisfactory redress from ERA, then you proceed to the Electricity Disputes Tribunal to get a solution to your problems. So ERA supervises all the other companies that are involved in the electricity business. And these are in different segments, the first being electricity generation. This is where it all starts, and the government company that takes care of electricity generation business is the Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, and I know that they are present here. They run key government power generation infrastructure, including the recently commissioned Karuma hydropower plant. We have Isimba, we have Nyalubare, Kira, and other upcoming projects like Nyagap 3. Then we have the Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited. This is charged with transmission of power up to a point that the distribution companies are able to pick it. Until recently, UETCL has had the right to transmit power. It's been the only power transmitter and the only company licensed to get power from the generators. But as of now, we have independent companies that have expressed interest and if granted permission, we are able to play alongside UETCL and also participate in the transmission of power. When we step a little back for power generation, we have private companies. They're not owned by the group, but they are owned by private players, and these are over 40 at the time. They are spread around different parts
Where? On your search by tune name, Kaiyer
in the neighborhood. I therefore would like to express my profound gratitude and that of the board and staff of ERA to the people of Greater North for warmly welcoming us to the region, actively participating in the engagements that we've had with different stakeholders in the run-up to this public hearing, and supporting ERA and the electricity supply industry in various ways over the years. This public hearing is convened in accordance with Regulation 16 and 17 of the Electricity Application for Permit, Licensing and Tariff Review Regulations 2007. The public hearing also relates to one of ERA's key functions as prescribed in the Electricity Act, Chapter 157, Laws of Uganda, to establish a tariff structure, to investigate tariffs and charges, whether or not a specific complaint has been made for a tariff adjustment. And in addition, the law also requires that we approve rates of charges and the terms and the conditions of electricity services provided by generation, transmission, and distribution companies to the entire consumers of electricity. Therefore, this public hearing also is the first to be convened by the authority outside Kampala. A round of applause for the people of Lira. The first regional office, Greater North. The first public hearing outside Kampala, Lira. So really, it is a demonstration of the importance that we give to this region. But it is also the last to be held under the period of implementation. By the Electricity Act of 1999. Then Chapter 145, which is now currently Chapter 157. Let me take this opportunity, therefore, in line with that, to sincerely thank the board, management, and staff of Umeme Limited for your dedicated service to the people of the Republic of Uganda during the 20-year tenure of your concession. Stand up and we clap for you. Lead your team. Again. Nyongeza. And the final one. So thank you very much. If you don't have another opportunity, the people at this public hearing have represented the Ugandans to say Asante, Asante, Sana. So looking back at what the distribution segment was like 20 years ago, we have certainly progressed well and remain committed to attaining an even better performing distribution segment for the benefit of the electricity consumers. In the pursuit of its tariff setting function, the authority has initiated and continues to implement and oversee the implementation of various initiatives, which I will peruse because I can't explain them in detail. Yet we are waiting to receive these applications, but my remarks will be made available. But the authority has consistently improved the end user tariff paid by electricity consumers, between having to approve investments to improve power supply, reliability and security, having a stable tariff, as well as maintaining the sustainability of the electricity supply industry. That is where it gets tough. On one side, we don't want intermittents. We don't want these flickers. And to avoid them at times, we need to invest. Maybe the voltage dimming, they call it dimming. We need to upgrade the transformer. Maybe the lights is trying to the faces loading, but they cannot partake in these free connections that you are adding every other day. So on one side, we have provided for investments to support accelerating access and improve service delivery. On the other side, we need affordability so that value addition and our products are competitive. And then on the other side also, we want a stable tariff so that our sector is credible to attract private investors. That is where the regulator comes in. So under Section 10, 2A and Section 71, the first item of the Electricity Act, the authority prescribed the standardized feed-in tariffs for renewable energy systems, generating up to a maximum of 50 megawatts in Uganda. And this became effective on 12th January 2024. The refit, or the renewable energy feed-in tariff, aim to encourage and support private participation within the power generation segment from the renewable energy technology. So these refits are standardized tariffs that take into consideration benchmarked costs, so that if the person in Lira has identified a site on a river and he wants to make a decision whether to move ahead and do feasibility study or even apply for a permit application, he doesn't have to drive to Kampala. You go to our website, Kumotimbagano, and this refit will show you that if your plant is at 5 megawatts, this will be the applicable tariff. If it will be at 10, up to 50. And then your economist and engineers will be able to inform you whether you have a good dream or whether that dream is not aligned at your risky appetite. So this is up to date, and it goes a long way to attract private investors, both national and international. We have also sustained the cooking tariff, the e-cooking tariff, to speak to decarbonization, and we call this charcoal to power. We are contributing to converting the population from using biomass or using charcoal in whichever form to clean cooking. In addition to other initiatives that we saw the minister launch to subsidize the actual equipment, we also have a cross-subsidized tariff. And for domestic cooking, it is Uganda shillings 412 per kilowatt hour per yaka token. A kilowatt hour is a yaka token. When you vet, you get tokens, those numbers. You've gotten 50, 20, 30, that is a kilowatt hour. And then for institutional cooking, it is 451.4, again per yaka token. Relatedly, the authority has continued to implement the declining block tariff for industrial consumers to achieve lower marginal costs of production and increase competitiveness in the region of our products. So here we are saying, if you're a gasoline, you are consuming, you are an industrial, you're a manufacturer, you are consuming, we want to encourage you to consume more and pay low, consume more and pay low. That is declining the tariff. But it helps us to ensure that we are competitive nationally and regionally, and then we can speak to the industrialization, job creation, socio-economic transformation. The other area that we have continued to implement is the regulatory framework for private participation in the transmission segment. Yes, we value the support from government, but there are projects that we term tariff neutral. They have no impact on the end user tariff. Whether they are implemented, the tariff is, recovers the capital because they have demand in waiting. For example, a mining area, you know, they're asking for 30 megawatts. Why should I really know at the treasury to ask for capex? Because I know that immediately I commission that line, the 30 megawatts are in waiting, and they are going to recover the cost of that line within less than 3 to 5 years. So we have continued to implement that, and so far we've received 3 applications that are at the tail end of determination. We've also continued to attract our manufacturers to lower tariffs. We've continued to implement a framework for tariff reduction pegged on demand growth. We sit with you, you tell us, my industry has production capacity of 100%. Currently, I'm at 50. But if you lower the tariff by 2 cents, I'm able to increase production to 80%. Meaning we are all going to win, because the more you increase production, the more you consume, the more the sector gets revenue, the more the tariff naturally comes down. So we have also continued to implement that. We have also continued to monitor and assess the performance of industrial consumers under this initiative to ensure that it is a win-win. The consumer wins, but also the sector. The practice regulations, the authority has also developed a winning framework to enable us operationalize that framework regulation, where you can sit here, generate your power, and send it to an industry in Barara, and then just pay the cost of transporting the electrons on the lines. So we've continued to remove the from the sector, and enhance competition and improve efficiency. So in line with that, we have approved 2 applications, Munyenye, Mikwe, and Munyenye, Barara. We, as I shared, we've also welcomed the Karma 600 megawatts. That has enabled us to talk about gigawatts. Now, when we are participating in regional conferences, we can also say our total generation is 2G, you know. You know, they talk in G's and T's, and for you, you are there, cartoon. So we've been able now to raise our total generation capacity to 2,050.1 megawatts. And the demand is releasing because we have surplus demand. Really, I'm attempting to explain that we don't have surplus power. You can't talk about surplus power when the access to electricity in your country hasn't achieved 100%. We are growing at 60%. We have a target to achieve this by 2030, but people don't have power. So how can you say you have surplus power? You have machines. Recently, I got to know that the government has distributed motors, millers, tailoring machines, but the grid hasn't arrived there. So these machines are still struggling with the either diesel generated, expensive, pollutant type of generation. So we really can't say we have surplus power because we have that surplus demand. When you look at that surplus demand, in addition to the various policies of government, I can only mention 2: parish development model, value addition on agriculture products. You know, all those value addition centers, we have to take their electrons. And then no exporting raw minerals, meaning whichever mining area that you are thinking about, you need power to add value. So really we don't have that surplus. What we are trying to do as government is to ensure that we mobilize money to extend the grid and be able to fuel our economy. We don't have that much surplus. So the other well-deserved and celebrated achievement in the year that we are reflecting on is connecting West Nile to the grid. You see, the media at times is mean. That is the day that I was hacked by the parliamentarians of West Nile. And I won't mention the names. Before that, it was accountability, it was finger pointing, it was, and really they were right, because I mean the power is a fuel to the economy, and because the region did not have stable power, it was affecting economic development. And these areas are fast growing areas, the Greater North, the West Nile, these are fast growing areas, and you will see now that we are coming into stabilized power, we are seeing in 1 month, which has never happened. Just to emphasize, because we don't have many opportunities like this, that the concession agreement between Umeme Limited and UEDCL will elapse by 31st March 2025. So if you wake up on 1st April 2025, don't start calling the person you knew in Umeme unless they have been introduced to you. They will have lost their operations within the country. Allow me to qualify that while that is going to happen, the offices that serve you are going to remain. And most likely, if the officers that are serving in those offices are not corrupt, if they are corrupt, please report them. We don't want to leave you with problems. If they are corrupt, this is the time.
En wek jo agwe chim, weri jawa duju cowboy gini chim. Login in my MTN app. Year caller tunes. Year search tunes. It is search mode. Year search by artist. Kai yero kirinya wer. Unyo search by tune name. Kai yero kirinya wer.
That in these offices, the people who have been there are corrupt. It is the time to raise this information. But if these people are good serving citizens of this country, you'll meet them there. You'll meet them there, but refer to them as UEDCL staff. I just wanted to throw some light on that. So in line with that, we've been doing a lot of work with the ministry, with the Umeme, with the UEDCL on how does this marriage that has taken 20 years, how does it end without affecting the children, without affecting the relatives, without affecting the consumer? So we've been doing what we call readiness for the smooth transition. And we've been able to map out 360 and handle them. And really I want to assure you that this has been priority number 1 for the past 3 years. Trying to put things in order, and therefore we are working towards a smooth transition to ensure that power supply reliability, power supply security, issues of safety of supply, responsiveness is sustained and gets even better. Of course, the other thing that we are continuing to do, don't get a problem and say, but Umeme is leaving. No. They are committed to invest up to 31st March 2025. So when you have an issue, please raise it. And as the authority, we are continuously approving investments for Umeme until that day when they hand over this network, and then we change the guns to the new operator. One other activity that we are doing as government, the area we are supporting government to do that, is to determine the buyout amount. What is the actual estimates? The estimated numbers have been all over in many papers, but our work is to provide as much information as possible to complement the information submitted by MEME, to complement the information submitted by UEDCL, to ensure that there is fair cutting. They are able to be paid for what is outstanding, and the government is able to continue with the value for money for the assets that these monies have backed. So finally, we received the application and we had a public hearing on that application from UEDCL, and we'll be determining this application publicly. We'll determine this application, and our minister will be able to hand over a licensing instrument. So we are in the process of final review of UEDCL's application, and you will have a public event at which this license will be issued. Among other key activities, we are undertaking a cost of service study so that we determine the value for money to the consumer. We take pride in being transparent and throwing our tariff reports and throwing our tariff models on the website. They are not hidden because we want to get it right so that the consumer gets the value for money. So we are doing this consultatively with the licensees, the Ministry of Energy, as well as the Ministry of Finance, so that we are able to determine the cost of the services, the electricity services that we deliver to the consumer accurately, so that then they inform the tariffs going forward. But also specifically, we are undertaking an activity to determine tariff parameters to be applicable beyond March 2025. You must have seen us in the media. We went through the process of ending the small distribution companies, most of them. This year, we were able to hand over partners, that is the Paderabim Community Multi-Purpose Electricity Cooperative to UEDCL. Also, Chedegwa Rural Electricity Cooperative to UEDCL, and Krembe Investments Limited to UEDCL. And this stems from the cabinet decision that we should not renew these licenses once they come to their natural end, so that there is one distribution company going forward after the UMEME handover to ensure that there is efficiency and optimal operations to have the affordability, among others. We've been going through the prepaid meter upgrades, and we are at the tail end, more than 95, maybe 98 by now. The meters are upgraded, and whoever wants to vend and you have a challenge, the utilities are available to help you upgrade. Software becomes ancient. These are ICT software based. Once they are ancient, we upgrade them, and then they live a shorter while, 10, 20, 30 years, again we upgrade. But our wire meters are fine, because there was the information that the wire meters are bad, they will not work, they are not faulty, they are just being upgraded. The way you upgrade the software on your phone, that is what is happening. But we almost at the tail end, and it has been done smoothly, really. And we would like to thank the distribution companies that have done that. On the side of quality of service, we continue to monitor, we continue to do field inspection, and we agree on action plans going forward for those areas of inadequacy, and monitor them to ensure that the licensees are able to deliver quality of supply and quality of service. Following the cabinet decision to host the Secretariat for the Independent Regulatory Board of the Eastern African Power Pool, on 7th February, 2024, I proudly represented IRB, and we signed off the country hosting agreement with the minister representing the government. So now we are in the full stage also operationalized. The regional regulator in the country, what does this do? It brings down jobs, it brings opportunities for import, it brings opportunities for grid stability, it brings opportunities for export, and we should be alert to be able to tap into these opportunities that this presents. The authority would like to invite you and partner with you to deal with the vice of power theft and vandalism. The easiest analogy that I give is that whoever steals power or vandalizes the power infrastructure is like robbing your bank accounts, you an electricity consumer. Because then what will happen? If the members of a tower are picked, the tower collapses and transmission writes to me and says, now I want to replace these members, or even the full tower, because the remaining members are then folded. And then what will I do? I have to provide that money in the tariff. And then you and me on the other side of consumers, we have to pay. So whoever steals power, whoever vandalizes an electricity infrastructure, look at them as robbing your bank account and be angry with them, report them, partner with our security forces and ourselves. So the communication goes fast. Now we have a utility code, and now our law is enhanced with really punitive, measures for those who are caught in that device. Please partner with us in this so that we guard our infrastructure. We have waited for this infrastructure for years, but I felt bad. I was inspecting Kalmadida, and the towers had been vandalized. Of course, the neighboring house there, the lady was saying they had guns, they had what, but I've seen where mob justice defeats guns. Yesterday I was on the TV, and someone had gone to grab land, and the Wananchis got bricks and blocks and everything, and blocked the vehicle. It took the detached, both police and military, to come and rescue those people. So you have the power together, you have the synergy to be able to fight this vice. But in line with that, the authority would like to acknowledge and appreciate the Uganda Police Force, the Uganda People's Defense, and other security operatives and the public for their increased support in the fighting against bad vice, and partnering with us, and to remain vigilant, to secure. This is our infrastructure. When the power goes off, when you're in the hospital, it is you or your child who dies. It is not the bundle. So let's secure this infrastructure so that we are able to maintain and sustain a reliable supply. So going forward, I've already shared that we are into the second phase generational reform. We are also looking at digitization. I've already shared most of the information now is that you have to just press a button on your phone and you access this information. So we are trying to adopt the Internet of Things through information, communication, and technology. We are trying to look at artificial intelligence and how it can enhance our digitization to ensure that there is improved service delivery, and ensure that we are adopting more advanced technology, more resilient technology to fight these vices that compromise service delivery. We will also promote and support government programs through approving investments towards accelerating access under the ESP, and also approving investments towards growing demand, releasing the surplus demand, because the demand is here, but we have to release it through investment. So we'll keenly observe the electricity scale-up program being implemented by the ministry to ensure that we harmonize the efforts of grid extension, grid upgrade, so that as we connect to you, the networks are not overwhelmed and you are able to receive a quality supply and quality service. We shall promote sector efficiency through setting performance targets to ensure financial sustainability that goes a long way to improve affordability. We've adopted the environment, social, and governance. We believe in the just energy transition. We are blessed as a country. We have abundant, we are along the equator, we have abundant and long sun hours. We have our river Nile. We have all the resources that we need to be able to use clean energy. We shall continue to implement measures for tariff reduction to ensure that we achieve 5 cents for manufacturers, but also achieve lower tariffs for all other customer categories. Now, when we talk about 5 cents for manufacturers, then the domestic say, but for us, where will you end? Now, let me just use 1 minute to explain this. The policy behind this 5 cents is taking into consideration that for a domestic person, once you install a fridge or install a radio, you cannot have 2, 3, or 4, 5 and use all of them in the house. So you cannot grow demand that much fast. But for industries, because they are competing both for the national, regional, and global market, if we make the products competitive, then we are able to compete at that level. We are able to increase production. When we increase production, we grow the job market. When we increase production, we grow the economy. When we increase production, the outputs of those competitive industrial products also are inputs into other sectors. For example, the reinforcements are inputs in the real estate. Cement is input into the real estate. So if the tariffs are competitive that side, naturally the tariffs for the other customer category will reduce and become affordable. I take this opportunity to thank you for your kind attention, first of all, but allow me to thank the government of Uganda, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, the Minister of State for Energy, the Minister of State for Minerals, the Permanent Secretary and the technical team of the Ministry, the board, my supervisors, the management, members of management of Lira and this standard. Because this may be the only opportunity. You've seen the photos, the people are here. Please run into them and ask any random questions. We have a lot of information that we represent you to make this decision. Thank you, please sit down. And the staff, the entire staff complement of ERA, may I also request management to lead your staff so that all the staff stand up, please. Staff ERA, stand up, because this is the, so that is the team. Some of the team members are all over. Please feel free to run in each of them, hand a note of a question so that we are able to serve you better. I would also like to thank our licensees, to thank the electricity consumers, please take your seats, and the public for continuing to support ERA, and by inference supporting the electricity supply industry. That has enabled us to achieve our mandate progressively. Finally, I thank the Fountain of Honor, the President of the Republic of Uganda, for prioritizing the energy sector and giving the great support that we receive at the various levels of decision making. Electricity supply industry is a very delicate industry. It is related, you must have heard some of the honorables or future honorables. They run for power, water, extend here, extend there, rely here. Because when you deliver a service, then people trust that you can lead them and lead them better. So we thank our Fountain of Honor for the continued trust and support that we receive that enables us to undertake this delegated mandate. As I conclude, I now take the pleasure and honor to invite my supervisor, the chairperson of the Electricity Regulatory Authority, and the presiding officer of this public hearing, Ambassador Joan Rabiomere, to make remarks. Thank you for your kind attention. God bless you.
In respect of the applications for tariff review for the year 2025. I warmly greet you all. The notice of this public hearing was published in the following media houses: the Daily Monitor newspaper, dated 29th November 2024. The New Vision newspaper, dated 2nd December 2024. And the Observer newspaper, dated 4th December 2024. I would like to extend my appreciation to our Chief Executive Officer, who has just shared with you a detailed overview of this public hearing and the highlights of the electricity supply industry. Thank you very much. This notice was also published on the ERA website and verified digital media, inviting you stakeholders and the general public to make representations or objections, and to register their participation in a public hearing. This public hearing, ladies and gentlemen, is part of the consultative process in line with the authority's principles of transparency and ensuring stakeholder involvement in the tariff review process and the authority's decision-making. As part of the review process, the authority is undertaking engagements with various institutions, including the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the applicants, the Ghana Manufacturers Association, and the media. At this hearing, you have the opportunity to provide comments on the applications by UEGCL, and your Women Limited. Similarly, the applicants have the opportunity to provide justification for the revenue requirements that they have applied for. Your comments, therefore, will be very useful in guiding the Electricity Regulatory Authority to make a final decision on the application. I therefore urge you to actively participate in this public hearing and wish you effective preparation. I now have the pleasure to declare the public hearing open.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, means you can hear me. My name is Stephen Mwanda. I serve as the Secretary to the Electricity Regulatory Authority. My task this morning is really to guide you on how we're going to conduct this public hearing. The presiding officer in her last statement indicated that the public hearing is now open. So I want to guide you on how we are going to engage, how we're going to discuss, basically the rules of engagement for this morning. First of all, I need to make a small administrative announcement. There are rooms of convenience behind that wall, just in case you are not aware. Just go outside at the back of that wall, you'll find rooms of convenience. Okay, from the program which was circulated, you realize we're running slightly behind. It means we need to pick up pace, and I request you to follow what I'm going to advise you strictly. One, we were required to register at the entrance as we enter this room. If you have not, I request you to please register and provide your details. Okay, the next segment is presentation of applications. We shall have an application from UETCL, UGCL, and Mega Limited. The presentations will be precise, highlighting the salient aspects of the tariff applications, and I request, if there are individuals or organizations that have registered or indicated that they would like to make formal presentations, you shall be invited, if time allows, immediately after those presentation of those applications. If you intend to make any comment or ask any question, you shall simply raise your hand, and the presiding officer will give you an opportunity on first come, first served basis. So after the presentations, there will be a discussion segment. Simply raise your hand and you'll be given an opportunity to contribute. We shall, the ERA Secretariat will address all comments or questions that will arise from the presentations and from the discussion session. And the presiding officer will determine at her discretion who is best suited to answer or address a particular aspect. The language for this hearing will be English language. However, should the interpreter be required, arrangements will be made. If you are given an opportunity to ask or let's say to hold the microphone to say something, indicate your name. If you're representing a group or an institution, indicate the group or institution, and then you proceed to address this gathering. Now, going forward, we shall not be clapping. So, if you have not, if somebody has not clapped for you, that is fast. Let's not clap hands. Let's not stamp our feet. Let's not bang tables. Let's not cheers. Let's not cheer. The subsequent segment is now formal. It is not clapping. Please don't forget, because I'll remind you. So, finally, let presenters, people give you an opportunity to speak. Let's be brief, let's be focused, stick to the subject matter. Don't use abusive language. Do not cause annoyance or embarrassment to the presenter. Let's be civil so that we can engage in a civil manner. Finally, I would like to request you to put your devices either in silent or vibration, or even you can switch off so that we were not the proceedings are not interrupted by a phone going off or a device going off. Yes, all questions will be directed to the presiding officer, and let's observe appropriate decorum in the course of this hearing. Finally, the decision of the authority shall not be made at this hearing, but at the formal meeting of the authority, which shall take into consideration the information, representations, views, and the views expressed at this public hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to me, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Please don't clap. The chairperson of the authority and presiding officer for this session, CEO Era, political leaders, business community, sector colleagues, colleagues from Mbebe, the media, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute pleasure for me to be here today to present the Mbebe tariff application. But more importantly, this being our last application in 2021, I had to drive all the way to be here personally so that I can present over and engage with you. But more importantly, just extend my sincere thanks and appreciation for the support you have given the company over the 20-year period. This region is important for me also. Over my tenure as a chief executive, promises were made, demonstrations were made, our staff were harassed, some were injured, our offices were almost banned. But I'm absolutely glad, if from my heart, I spent the night last night in Igulu, that power supply in this area has greatly stabilized, and all the promises made have been fulfilled by the government, as outlined by the CEO Era. So I really, deeply from my heart, thank you. We've seen a truck come to life, we've seen the substations come to life, we've seen the revamp of the Lira substation, we've seen the interconnection to Kitibum being done. Okuyo substation, we are no longer relying on it. We've seen Karuma come into play. What a better place to be, as the CEO indicated, in terms of power reliability and if you're a capacity producer. I will quickly who are we? We are a concessionaire with a 20-year operating concession, public company, listed on the Uganda and Nairobi Stock Exchange. We have over 6,600 shareholders, NSSF being the largest of which takes a quarter of the company, and highly regulated by the authority here, Nairobi Stock Exchange, Uganda Securities Exchange, Capital Markets Authority in Uganda and Kenya, and our role, as indicated by the presenter earlier on, is really to distribute power. We receive all our power from transmission company, pass it on to the end users will collect all the bills, and then distribute them upstream, but highly regulated by the authority. Tariffs, why did we have to come here to apply? I thought we need to be reminded that tariffs are very, very important for this sector. They enable us to raise the necessary financial resources, not only for distribution, but also to feed into transmission, feed into generation, and ensure that the entire sector can provide you the service that you require. These tariffs also make us go out there, raise money, do capital investments, and then recover the monies to the capital providers. All these infrastructures I've seen, Karuma, all these interconnection lines, either way, as Ugandans, we have to pay for them, either through taxes or through small charges that will be passed on to the end user tariffs. But more importantly also, a financially sustainable sector enables us to go out and raise money. As indicated by the CEO, our access rates are still very low. Combined with the solar, we are at around 53%. Grid, I think we are 22%, so we still need more. Estimate of around $4.6 billion are required if we are to achieve universal access. So a financially sustainable sector provides a platform to attract all these investments into the sector. Do we take all this revenue? No, we don't. We run our numbers to see that really, broadly, one or the other, 84% of what we collect ends up in either government through transmission, taxes, and so on. We see shareholders only 2.5%. 10% of the tariff broadly goes into operational maintenance. My pole is down, I need my meter replaced. All those service issues, including people and so on. And another 3.5% goes into capital investment. So the money that you as our consumers pay us broadly is shared across the various players to enable us to provide you with the service that you require. How did we fare over the year 2024? We start with safety. We still experience incidents of people interfering with our network, leading to either fatalities or injuries. More importantly, related to power theft. I urge members of the public, we look forward to your support to ensure that we can weed this monies out of the sector. Use licensed wiremen. Do not touch the network unless you are qualified. If you see the network down, please make the phone call, contact our teams, we'll come fast to resolve. But also from our side, we ensure that our people are equipped with protective equipment. We ensure that again, we engage with the public, educate you, and do community outreaches. So, electricity is good, very, very good, but it's also extremely dangerous. It can kill you if you get a nail and put it in the end of the socket here. You can have an opportunity to end your life. So we appeal to you, use electricity extremely sensitively. of the staff. Because the bills you pay help us pay the staff. Why should staff not serve you or deliver the KPIs as required by the sector? Therefore, they must take a bit of pay, move forward. And we are really glad that our people have been highly trained and improving in terms of service delivery. Over the period also, as indicated by the CEO Ella, deliberately in support of the authority, we've been heavy on technology. Heavy. The last day of our upgrade of Yaka, I was following this in South Africa. People are lining up to upgrade their meters. Kilometers and kilometers of lines. But through the wise counsel of our minister, who announced this initiative around the same time last year, we picked it up from the policy. We got a lot of support from the authority, the regulator. We got
to ensure that Uganda achieves its 2040 goals and missions of making sure that we have electricity. On average, we're dispatching around 133 gigawatt hours since the takeover. Madam Chair, we appreciate the support through the regulator. You've always come to our rescue to ensure that we keep these assets running. It requires investments. For those that are not aware, the oldest power station, originally known as Owen Falls Dam, that is Valley Power Station, is 70 years old. Now you can only imagine issues of obsolescence. We need to upgrade. The historical defects of alkali silicate reaction still affect the plant. And it's for that reason that we are here today to not only give a highlight of how we are performing, but also pray that the regulator will consider our application for 2025. Madam Chair, I would like to say, among the things you've approved is the aggregate, just a sampled output of the investments you've given us. We had challenges in the yard, and you can see on the extreme right, it now looks better and representative of the profession and the sector. We've also been able to address the effects of ASR, alkali silicate reaction. This is unit 6, and I hope you're able to come to the east to see where electricity comes from. We've been having issues of leakages in the structures, and through your approval and support, this is what it looks like right now. And we hope to continue maintaining other parts of the asset as such. The key challenge we faced 2024, you may have had the rise in the lake level. In the history of the nation since 1954, when Naluvale was commissioned, we hit the highest minimum of the lake level of 13.72 meters. That gives us good hydrology. However, we have challenges of islands that dock at the station and affect our operations. We are struggling, we are monitoring, we are using means available to ensure that we don't disrupt production. However, we pray that we get a long-lasting solution to ensure that the Ugandans get electricity. I've spoken into obsolescence, I'll not repeat that. So at this juncture, being an engineer, I shall not embarrass myself in front of the CPS. I would like to request my colleague that understands the numbers to take us through our request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mildred. Full protocol observed, Madam Chair, CEO, and the public at large. For the people of Lira, Apoyo Binu Wunu. Now, I would like to get into the numbers, like my colleague has shown us. The plant is old, and one of the things that we have considered in our total revenue requirement is investments, and then also costs for operation and maintenance. So part of the assumptions that
kindly introduce yourself.
Thank you, Chair. I am Gilbert Crest Arenito. I'm Manager Management Accounting, UEGCR.
You're welcome.
Apologies. So, Madam Chair, as I was mentioning, the assumptions that we have considered in our submission that we made, the exchange rate 3.8, and part of these other key assumptions are standard. For instance, the sales will be based on capacity price. And in the next slide, just for the benefit of the public, I thought I would give you a high level understanding of how the capacity price is computed. So our total revenue requirement that contains both the investments that are required to upgrade and sustain the integrity of the plant, and then the operation and maintenance costs as well are what you see on the upper side of the numerator. And then the denominator has the total capacity, and then the total 7.
specification of zone 25, we want to improve on the grid. We want to tremendously reduce these losses to a percentage that is industry allowed, and to make sure that the sector, the economy achieves the targets and the viability of the money that is taken. Transformer capacity constraint. We have budgeted for a number of transformers in 2025. These transformers are to guide us to improve on the transformation on a number of substations. I give an example. In Toro, we have two transformers, 80 MVA and the 20 MVA. But there are times when we have the 80 MVA being loaded up to over 80%, and the engineers will tell you that is not efficient utilization. The optimal range is around 50 to 60. We are having a number of industries coming up in Toronto. A gold factory is coming and the root of 30 megawatts. So we are planning for that, and that's why we are requesting for the budget in 2025 to make sure that we do have the proper grid reliability. In Kampeka, we have over 25 factories coming up, and there is only one 40 MVA, which was borrowed from some other stations. So we need to replace that. We don't know about number, and all these are here to make sure that we comply with the relevant guidance that we have. Error in terms of compliance, we also have N-1. When we talk about the structural power pole, grid code talks about to make sure that the voltage are within the required ranges. So all these are to make sure that we can be able to meet the targets and the requirements of the sector. Vandalism, I don't think I can stress this more than the CEO. It's a sector issue, it's a challenge, it affects each and everyone, even as we are here. Imagine coming here to ask for funds in the time for the actions that we do. It seems that we still, again, we come and ask for the public too. So I think the CEO is clear, and we thank the security forces and all the efforts that have been put to make sure that this device is entirely and properly executed. The budget assumption is brief. We are thinking at maintaining the installed capacity. This does not mean that we are not engaging in additional generation. No, we do have planned generation that will be coming on board, but based on our forecast, we believe that we may not be able to commission any new plant in 2025, but all these have been shown in 2025. System demand, a number of initiatives have been put to increase the demand. We think that there will be a 3.7 increase in the demand. Dimensionalizing, this has to be matched up to make sure that it meets the growing demand. The losses, ERA gave us a target of 4.6 this year and 3.5 the next year. We are saying we don't want to drive away from the ERA target of 2025. We are in the entity of compliance. We want to target 3.5. We are commissioning projects, we have commissioned we have commissioned our side, and we believe all these commissioning and investments in the sector, in transmission network, are shared to reduce the transmission loss percentage. A higher transmission loss is the cost to the sector, because at one point, anyone has to suffer the cost. I also need to inefficiency, because you have losses, you have to generate more to accommodate the loss. So you generate it unwanted, so for you to get out the loss so that you can have, and so it's inefficient. And we are taking the same right with the generator. We are putting on efforts to make sure that all these projects that we have are commissioned on time. These sales, we are projecting to have a 13.1% increase in the sales. These sales are main targets to the industrial consumption. Like I said earlier, government through ERA, we have a number of initiatives that are coming up on board. The industrial park, the tariff structure that ERA is continuing to review by the market, it's really something that is appetizing, that would require foreign investments to come more and take us into the and invest into the sector. System grid availability. We have a target of 98%, and we are still saying that program will cover a few days from now, few months from now. But the initial studies show that, especially during off-peak, we shall have high voltages to cover the region. And now, as the utility, we cannot sit down and think about what we do. Should we shut down the line because of low voltage, because of low voltage, high voltage is covered? We are planning to buy a shunt reactor. This is going to help us in managing the over voltages in covered region. This is also guided by the East African Power Pool
Ket nya wer unyo nying wer.
Celebrate what it means to be Ugandan by rewarding your family and friends with a Pepsi today. Spread joy and crown your celebrations with more than just a feeling. Pepsi, live for now. Celebrate what it means to be Ugandan by rewarding your family and friends with a Pepsi today. Spread joy and crown your celebrations with more than just a feeling. Pepsi, live for now.
Di kana choni bai. Pitch mia pero look piri kiri MTN politics. Pitch le mia pero ken we jwa glichin we ri ja ba kau bui glichin. Login in my MTN app. Year politics. Year search tunes. It is search mode. Year search by artist. Kai year kiri nya wer. Unyo search by tune name. Kai year kiri nying wer. Ket nya wer unyo nying wer. Di kana choni bai upimer kene where year category unyo cola unyo special ibiru no message amoni iwena correct you ni amani lo piri kire MTN politics pichile mia bero keken we jwa kwichin we ri jawa dushu cowboy kinichin login in my MTN app. Year politics. Year search tunes. It is search mode. Year search by artist. Kai year kirinya wer. Unyo search by tune name. Kai year kirinying wer. Ket nya wer unyo nying wer. Di kana choni bai. Upimer kede. Wer year. Year category. Unyo cola. Unyo special. Ibiru mo message amoni. Iwino kora tuni. You ni amani.
bali bakoze
Chemsana chibono tewali kyabuza. Simanyi teri.
bakoye bayiti
Ewo yana naleile
kwa dosi sasa ndio vitangoli na abakubulisha ko banga
ni wazia ba
todi manija kuna round the testing is out
yes
aliko sa tewele yeah tari senyo madwem
the natural end of learning conversation.
In this engagement and to wish you an effective deliberation.
Our first focus lies on delivering a service to the customer, that is through a customer service excellence. But that one goes hand in hand with operational efficiency. We believe that the business and the activities we are going to do, they will be in a position to sustain a tariff neutral. We do here request the regulator to grant UEDCL a license for distribution of electricity and the sale of electricity in Uganda. And the second request is to request the regulator to approve our revenue requirement as at the 1st of April 2025, totaling to 4 trillion shillings. I therefore submit.
One, from the presentation that was highlighted, is a plan to change from postpaid to prepaid meters. This for us in our thinking is laborious from the operational aspect, but also based on ATC credit rating. If you do your checks with UMEME, based on the figures that I've illustrated, do we have an exception for that based on our credit rating and how much we are consuming in a year? Secondly, in terms of the work management center from UMEME, it's been responsive given the kind of availability that we need. We would want to understand whether UEDCL is going to retain that.
UEDCL has a pole plant and manufactures poles. So basically they've been our competitors. Now, what is going to happen to the other pole plants?
ATC, yeah, thank you very much, Ronald. You're also our customer. And we need to revolve by technology. The world is changing from postpaid environment to the new way of managing bills and transactions. Quality of service, we take that one into recognition.
Maria Magdalene has asked, will these changes affect the other running systems like the Yaka? Should I start paying in smaller amounts for the electricity bills until the changes take place? And I want to assure all of you that all your presentations and concerns will form part of the information in the decision making of the authority.
like to welcome you all to this public hearing in respect of applications received from the Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited, here with us to present their case to the public today. These applications were for, one, a license for distribution of electricity in the entire country. The other one is a license for sale and supply of electricity to the last user. And of course, by inference, they have applied for tariff performance parameters to be applicable upon the natural end of Umeme Limited's concession.
Your comments at today's engagement will be very useful in guiding the Electricity Regulatory Authority to make a final decision on UEDCL's application. I therefore urge you, all of you, to actively participate in this engagement and to wish you an effective deliberation.
First focus lies on delivering a service to the customer, that is through a customer service excellence. But that one goes hand in hand with operational efficiency. We believe that the business and the activities we're going to do, they will be in a position to sustain a tariff neutral. We do here request the regulator to grant UEDCL a license for distribution of electricity and the sale of electricity in Uganda. And the second request is to request the regulator to approve our revenue requirement as at the 1st of April 2025, totaling to 4 trillion shillings. I therefore submit.
One, from the presentation that was highlighted, is a plan to change from postpaid to prepaid meters. This for us in our thinking is laborious from the operational aspect, but also based on ATC credit rating. If you do your checks with Umeme, based on the figures that I've illustrated, do we have an exception for that based on our credit rating and how much we are consuming in a year? Secondly, in terms of the work management center from Umeme, it's been responsive given the kind of availability that we need. We would want to understand whether UEDCL is going to retain that.
UEDCL has a pole plant and manufactures poles. So basically they've been our competitor. Now, what is going to happen to the other pole plants?
ATC, yeah, thank you very much, Ronald. You're also our customer. And we need to revolve by technology. The world is changing from postpaid environment to the new way of managing bills and transactions. Quality of service, we take that one into recognition.
Maria Magdalena has asked, will these changes affect the other running systems like the Yaka? Should I start paying in smaller amounts for the electricity bills until the changes take place? And I want to assure all of you that all your presentations and concerns will form part of the information in the decision making of the authority.
I've taken almost like 30 minutes. Will I even eat today?
Nalongo! Nalongo! Muchala!
Wanji?
My baby wife!
What's going on today?
Let me first get a seat here. Very, very okay. Oh, Muchala, how was your day?
My day was well, but of course this Sigiri has been stressing me out as usual. In fact, I even wanted to prepare meat for you today.
Worry not. I have good news and better news. Which one should I start with?
I tell you how. Okay, let's start with good news.
The good news is I have found something
components are missing. Now, there is a specific commission within the ministry that subsumed the activities of the former Rural Electrification Agency. That is the Commission for Rural Electrification, headed by Engineer Abdul Twine. And for the projects have specific project managers that can give details to DOT on where, why, when. So merely request that these questions, I carry them to the Commission of Rural Electrification in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and they will be able to respond. And please register these that are related to community contributions for power extension, where signatures were undertaken, and you are wondering when. I have some general information, but I think you deserve specific information. I know that these were initiated for the World Bank funded project, which is still work in progress. But you need specific information on when, where we considered, because you may have collected our signatures, but when it came to fitting within the budget, maybe we are prioritized for another project. That is why I'm saying let's register this formally, and I take it to the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, to be actioned by the Commissioner Rural Electrification. Please, when you register this, add your contact or the contact of the team leader of that group. The next one was, is Uganda exporting power to Kenya? The answer is yes. Is the power being, the costs of power in Kenya lower than the costs of power in Uganda? The answer is no. And I want also to qualify this because I have the exact, I'm just arriving from Mombasa. When I presented, I indicated that we are entering into a regional arrangement where we share information to prepare for regional power trade. I know that in some countries within the EAC, the tariffs are a bit lower, especially Tanzania, but that is because there's a lot of subsidization by government. Now, for our government, it is doing a subsidy in kind that they are focusing on implementing cheaper generation resources. That is why we received the Karma and the Simba as publicly developed projects that come in with a lower tariff as compared to privately developed projects. And this one also in the long run will be able to bring the tariff lower. But our tariffs are not the highest. I have the numbers and we can share them with the team. The other one is to do with the progress on the rationalization. Let me term it that way. Because the government is undertaking the process of, others call it merger, others call it restructuring, others call it rationalization, others call it the second generation reform. In my presentation, I did highlight that following a cabinet resolution or decision, we've not renewed licenses for some of the distribution entities to ensure that now we have one distributor within the country. So we didn't renew so far 5. FADISAT, we didn't renew when the license expired. PACMEX, CREXI, Kirembe Investments, these we have not renewed. We are working the rationalization journey, meaning that come first April 2025, we are going to have 3 distribution companies instead of the original 7. And which are these 3? It is Wenereko, and when Wenereko also the license comes to an end, it it will move on to UEDCL. It is Kalangala Infrastructure Services on the island, and when also their licenses come to the end, it will move to the UEDCL. But for the entire mainland, all the regions, they will be under one distribution company. So the rationalization has started. However, as we do the rationalization, we are being very careful. We don't want to add rubber to metal to wood. For example, an engineer who is familiar with turbines cannot climb a tower. So we don't want it. We want to have transparency into the performance of the sector so that we are able to dig up inefficiencies and be able to serve you at an equitable price. So we are being very cautious and careful. We even have on board a consultant who is monitoring, reviewing, and is coming up with a report to further guide us on the best structure that is prioritized, that is efficient, delivers value, but also is transparent enough so that the consumer pays value for money. Thank you. I have responded to that. The issue of bulk meters, the market, the vendors of Lira market. Now, we used to have individual meters, not particularly in the marketing, but for millers, for commercial buildings, those arcades. We used to have individual meters. And then later on, because the owner of the building takes responsibility if utilities are not paid and the tenant moves, they advocated for bulk meters, including the millers. Because bulking gives you a lower price. We are already talking about issues of affordability. The higher you consume, as I said in my presentation, the lower. That is why me and you, the domestic, who receives power after it has gone through the generation, the transmission, the distribution, and then now the line meanders and the transformer is injected, all that journey as the conductors, as the wires transmit electricity, they are heating, and therefore you are increasing. Person pays higher than the industries that are near the big substations, or even if far the big substations, they tap at high voltage. So the issue of asking for individual meters should be put into perspective with the applicable tariff, because the reason of bundling or bulking, there are two reasons. One was to manage the losses that were happening and they were attributed to the landlord. But then number two is to ensure that the tariff is fair. But we will look into this because this is the partly we are responsible together with the distribution company, and then engage the market. Because now you may find in the bulk arrangement, you may be paying maybe somewhere between 500, 600, 650. But if you remain alone in your meter, you will join me of 780. And the market is for business and profit making. And you want to contribute to optimizing the price of electricity that you pay. Chair, I would like to invite Meme to respond to the notice that has been issued for shutdown for 2 days. As a regulator, we encourage licensees to cooperate with the consumers, industries, markets, so that you agree on the right timing for long outages. For faults, it is okay because the fault has already occurred. You have to restore. But where you are scheduling maintenance, the conversation must happen so that it is for the good and it brings in the balancing of all the considerations. But maybe I'm not sure whether I have the operational team of Umeme here, whether you know this notice that is circulating, that and Lira referral post Peter, I think, is it Umeme? If it is Umeme, please respond. Thank you.
Sakasita, can you get us some more microphones? I only need one microphone, not two. Thank you, Chair. My name is Peter Kauju, and I work at Umeme as the head of communications and marketing. Thank you for attending, and thank you for the questions. Specifically, there's some work that needs to be done, that needs to be concluded at Korea substation. So there was a request for shutdown, which was approved, starting tomorrow from 8 to 6 p.m. and then the next day as well. So we are working with the teams to ensure that we can provide power as fast as possible. It is actually in our interest that we can keep power on, because if we are not serving you with power, then we are also not working. So they only happen once in a while, and it's a very rigorous process, as the CEO has indicated, that we go through to get the shutdowns approved. There was another question on the dedicated line to Lira Hospital. I'm very happy to see Mr. Odeke here, because personally I went there to meet the hospital management together with them, and they were very happy. They said they have actually been chasing for a dedicated line at the hospital for a very long time. However, our responsibility is actually delivering this power up to the meter, but our technical teams are very available, and we have indicated that to the team to support them to ensure that there is a clear delivery of this line to the hospital, just as we have done with all the other referral hospitals. So we want to commit our support to ensure that we'll go all the way together with you and ensure that this is safely delivered. I think those are the two critical items. The other one on meters in the market CEO, you have handled very well. I want to thank you for that, and I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Can we take now another five?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Khalif. I'm a resident here. My business is called Leaders in manufacturing. At the same time, I'm a farmer. I would like to pass on the greetings to all of you, the Electricity Association here today. It is a very good, I call it a very good opportunity to talk to us, to the public, because it is the consumers who are making you guys live. If my question comes to, we have a very high units when it comes to manufacturing industry. When it comes to millers, we have an association which we call it Lira, small scale association. At the same time, we have Lama Cooperative, one of the members. So I was like, the units are so expensive. We are using almost 600 to 650 units. My current bill always ranges from 8 to 9 million per month. When I calculated the whole year, it is almost 110 million. It is too expensive. We have overloaded transformers. I think that's women. Since women says that it is this and that person, so we follow it. So now we have overloaded transformers. One transformer, we are almost 15 manufacturers. So we don't have a good service delivery. What should be done? Also, we were talking, as we were discussing as an association, the members, that since we are in association and they say, the higher you go, the cooler it becomes bad. That like when we are in bulk meters, it would be cheaper. But now, when I look at it, being on bulk is even it's too expensive. What do I mean that? When 2009, we were on single phases, phases, and we were in 3 phases, but one transformer someone using, it was cheaper. So we were requesting if they could be having an industrial yaka that a person can buy for what he can consume to fight the losses, a lot of energy losses. I have a message to pass by. I invited one of my friends, he's not here. I invited him all the way from Russia. He's an investor in Lira. I told him, you come and invest in Lira. He invested in oil mill. Down the road, there's a people called, I think, UDCL, right? Special company. This person had a problem. He was called 50 million. He asked for a transformer, but he wasn't given. So we have it here. And up to right now, he's around. That is not in the country. So he told me to pass on that message. Since Umeme is leaving, UDCL is coming in, we are all scared. Back to UDCL, we were talking about, since Umeme is in the cities, I call it urban areas. I have a small farm, 10 kilometers from Lira. UDCL is there. Umeme is too low. It's too low. Like even it's not like up the bulbs. So I don't know, this big task coming in, I don't know what's going to happen. I would like also we talk about net metering, about the cooking, because some of us, we are also dealing with LPG, that is liquefied petroleum gas. We're using gas at home. So how is Umeme going to be cheap in the long run since we have LPG? LPG, we use 100,000 the whole month. It can even push to even 2 months. But Umeme, I was looking at net metering, the cheapest it is 103. So I want to understand there how we're going to be regulated. Giving back to the community, Umeme. I had in Lira, you have given back to the police, the police station. But now, it is good. But now, what you should be looking at are the people who are in the hospitals, people in the community, we need street lights. We also need you to look at energy sectors, people who are dealing with manufacturers, like these gas cookers, even you are not supposed to be asking money, but yeah, you should be giving us. That's also would be a very good feedback. I will be stopping here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Tim Moses. I am Secretary for Education for Lira District, and I'm here for Lira District Chairperson. I want to put 2 issues forward. In 2019, a survey was done in our district to connect the rural communities, especially in the health centers, the schools, and the upcoming training centers and town council. These were partially completed. I want to inquire from here whether all the survey area which were like will still be added. That is number 1. Then 2, I want to speak about the quality of the transformers which were connected in our areas during the program of RARE. Situation where in only my sub-county, in less than 6 months, all the 3 transformers busted. And it takes like 6 months, 3 months, 7 months for the new one to be put in place. I am wondering about the quality of these transformers which is put in our setting compared to the urban setting. I want to be understanding the quality of the submission of the rural setting and the people in the urban setting. the three institutions were making the application here, I don't remember whether the presiding chair or the CEO made it very clear that our idea will be big, but the approval will not be made today. I wonder the situation where now we put forward our idea during this consultation, and it is not considered during your extraordinary sitting, and tomorrow again we will be asked to give way forward in a bid to have the, because what I'm wondering here, I want to draw my concern to item in the last presentation, which were highlighted 1.8 billion to do the survey on the losses of the vandalization and so on, which to me, if you check from the two other institutions, is almost the same. So I want to request that the process of mergers should be fastened enough that we have a single body which does not run application. Think it's regular. Next.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I want to thank the for this public hearing meeting. My name is Samuel Lechumo. I work for Loro Communities, and I represent an aggrieved community of members in Forogoro. We had an official from Umeme who visited us in the community and convinced us that there is a promotion by government, that each person should be able to contribute 200,000 shillings to be collected. So we mobilized members, we looked for resources very fast, and we gave this man money. Now, after about 4 months, we realized that it was a scam. We had to visit the member office, Lira, and we were told that this is not right. It's never 200,000. It's less than 200,000. And that's the time we learned that we were actually cheating. So I want to pray as I put across this field that this type of people should never cross to the next company that is going to serve us. And my question is directed to the chairperson. How are you going to sieve off these culprits? Because we are bleeding, we are not happy. Actually, if this person gets back to our community, the people of Meme don't be surprised that this official is likely to suffer a public, how do I put this, mob justice. That is it. Because this is not right. So, in a nutshell, I'm saying that it's by some people who work for Meme, not the entire Meme, but by some people. And this is the fact. I am bold because we have records. So that is one thing. And the other one is that we have always paid for power. You pay 20,000 and you get more units. But sometimes you pay 20,000 again and you get less units because of the taxes. So and there is no direct education to the consumer of what brings about this. How much is the tax? It's never clear. So my request to the next company that is taking over from Umeme is that maybe you should have the opportunity or a method of educating people so that we understand what happens. The last one is a request to you, the chairperson. Honestly, if you move into areas of Bamuria, areas of Otuke, areas of Bagamo, along the road you see chapel everywhere. And that is how we are destroying our country. And the consumers of this charcoal are in doubt. And these are people who can afford electricity. But why are they buying charcoal? It's because electricity is very expensive. So we are talking of 400 shillings, 300, 400, 500, 700. My request is that let this cost of a unit be lower to 300 shillings so that we can afford and we save our trees.
On the window, then this side, then on the left.
Thank you very much, Chair, and the members around. My name is Bonnie Bosco. I'm a consumer of power. I have two issues to raise. One, I want to thank the chairperson and the director for the error you made, that you have now increased the power. You are talking of megawatts, now you have gone to the giga. Which means that you now have a half hour here. I want to believe that most of us here are farmers. And we know very well that when there is a bumper harvest of the crops, the prices always go down. But this one, you see, the reverse. The power has increased, but the cost has again gone up instead of going down. So the authority, please, you exercise your authority so that we shall believe that you are the authority. Then lastly, is on the amendment. This is about the cost of connection. Of recent, there was a program there where they said that the government is connecting people, and people applied. They paid all the money, and up to now, some people have not yet been connected. They tell you they have suspended the operation. You wait for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, they say now they have opened. After 2 weeks again, they say they have suspended. Now, these suspensions are going to go up when the government is about to close their operations. Where are they going to go? And lastly, is basically on the cost. This cost of private connection is 3 times the one of the government. I mean the one of the government. The one the government said we should use, like the one I'm talking about, the cost is about 100,000, including that the certification fees, the connection. Every day they are connecting by the and their cost of that connection is 480,000, and the other one is 110 roughly. What makes the other private so much higher than this one of the government? That difference is too much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is David Akram. I'm for sure. My question is, during the month, the middle of the month, when you are buying your unit, it's cheaper. But when the month is ending, like on the 30th and the 1st, when you buy a unit of 20,000, they will still tell you you're not paying tax. And your unit should not come. And yet they know, as I'm buying my units, there's value added tax when they're attached to it. So why is it easier to get those units in the middle of the month, close to the month, but the last day of the month, or the first day of the month, a new month, you must first pay tax, then the units can be given. Thank you. That's directly to women and then the regulator.
Kampala. My concept is, I'm seeing that almost, okay, let me say 80% of the participants here are interested in knowing how much are you going to charge for electricity next year. And for example, if say you're going to reduce the unit to like 200 shillings per unit, or you're going to increase to 800 shillings per unit. So the best we can do now is for you and your team to make that pronouncement, so that these other questions people are asking, they are just beating around what they're supposed to do. This is your trip to make this consultation. One of those ones, the price increase.
Thank you very much, Madam Chief. My name is Toby. I'm a councillor for the East. I want to put this one before you, Madam Chair. As politicians, we are now in our simple government, and the many votes that are done through. And you as a professional engineer, you also go by my idea as a lay politician. Because you just want to cover me, and after you erecting those poles, and I succeeded because it is leading my company, and then you make it now between there, wireless, not wire. Won't you be issued before God, Madam Chair? After that, and how long should the pole remain unwired? Those are two questions I want to understand. And for the issue of air, it is ERL. When you bring the middle letter first, it becomes rare. So the use of rare to women, to you EDCL, and to you as a mother era, we are getting more confused. Because you may get 3 poles in the villages. I can say the first, the second, and the third. When the middle one falls down, the wires get stuck. You report to ERA, no, we were not the one concerned with this system. You go to men. And after a person dies, because the wife may even be there, you get it. So when you go to ERA, you say you go to our you men, you go to the nearby office, you go to let's wait for the authority to tell us when and how to go and rectify the situation. Please, madam, we are suffering. When you go back, as the other man told Jesus, that when you reach heaven, you remember us. So when you go there to the ministry, try to remember Lira. And above all, if you were supposed to recommend these women members before you here, we were going to say, take this one away, take this one away, take this one away. They are encircled with corruption. You have had enough. Thank you, madam.
Respond to this first and come to you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Chair of the public hearing. And again, I thank the participants for raising these pertinent questions. I will respond to some and then invite the presenters to respond to those that have been directed to them directly. There was a question on overloaded transformers. And the delay when you report to upgrade the transformer. This one I propose that you register with us to identify. May I request Engineer Kaketo to stand up? If you have an overloaded transformer, please register so that we identify its location, so that then we submit it and order those to be upgraded. But going forward, you raise this to your immediate distribution company. And the reason that we are availing ourselves, putting offices in the region, having these public hearings across the country, is to enable you raise these complaints continuously. So please, even when you discover this, when this public hearing has ended, please submit so that we are able to act accordingly. Now, there was an issue, I will respond to the cost at the end, and for all those questions relating to the cost. Concerning the illegality where the community, where an intending consumer was conned of 50 million shillings, that they will provide a transformer, and to date nothing has happened. This is an illegal case because you indicate that your colleague was conned, and it's unfortunate that we can't interface with him directly, but otherwise he would raise this matter to the court so that it is taken up, because this is a criminal offense. On poor voltage, please let's submit the details of the location so that we check the transformer capacity and complement your efforts in ensuring that the utility upgrades that transformer. You raised the issues of net metering and LPG. Let me stand on these ones because they are wide topics and they are not among the public hearing issues. But the regulations for net metering are up. Through the UECCC, we are distributing the cans and the gas cookers at a subsidized price, in addition to what UMEME is doing, which they are requesting them to try and give back to the community. Now, there was an issue of these surveys that are done and implementation was done partially. The electricity is like water. It extends progressively. When we finish one project, it means that then we need to move on to package other projects until we achieve our target of access for all by 2030. So please take note that once we capture these details by way of survey, when we capture the GPS coordinates, the spatial raster data, we keep it for the next project. So they may not have implemented the project at once, the whole of it. As you may imagine, usually these applications include very many villages. And the approach has been first prioritize hospitals, schools, community centers, health centers, the gongololas. And then now we deepen inside. So we're almost reaching the point of deepening inside, and they will be handled. On the quality of transformers, I take note that the rural rare transformers have not performed well. Indicates that 3 transformers were installed, and within 3 months, he used the word busted. But I believe that they faulted, they became faulty, and they could not serve the purpose of its installation. We need to follow up this. Please give your contact to Kaketo to know which is this particular area. We are aware that in effort to promote local content, we are also buying and using transformers from the local market. And when you are starting production, you continue with the process of perfecting certification by UNPS, so that it's a good thing because we need our transformers manufactured here. The more they are manufactured here, we avoid the dollarization of the sector. We also avoid the transportation cost. But the quality improves progressively. But the condition we have put to them that when the transformer fails within the defect liability period, there must be a warrant that they replace it at no cost to the consumer. That is how we are managing to encourage and motivate them to improve their production process. Otherwise, if we completely close out on them, it means our country will never produce any transformers. But it is a continuous process. So that is why I need to know this particular place so that we follow who supplied those transformers and how were they handled. Of course, we regret the delay in the replacement, but once you enter into that arrangement, then when they fail, you trigger warranty clauses in the contract because it is still under defect liability. Then now he has to do the procurement and the supply and the install, and so it takes a bit of time. It is an inconvenience that we are going through, but it is for the good cause. Where we stand now, we can even wire or wind transformers, big transformers like those you see in Puyo, Lira substations. We have an industry that has been set up in Jinja that repairs those big transformers. A transformer is the most expensive asset on the network, and therefore you don't want it to be a plug and play that it will fail and you'll be throwing it away, because then it increases the operation and maintenance cost, which now contributes to the high tariff that we are trying to bring down. But please register so that we follow up with that manufacturer so that we are able to improve the standard. Now, there is no discrimination. We don't say that we need good transformers because the rural areas of today are the municipalities of tomorrow. That is what they call economic transformation. The small manufacturers, tomorrow they will be medium and next day they will be extra large. That is what we call industrialization of the economy. So there is no discrimination. I just wanted to clarify on that. Now, we also raised a pertinent issue of possible redundancies. For example, you pointed the 1.8 billion for a study on losses that are contributed by vandalism, which we've already lamented in here. That vandalism is a self-destruction habit. We want electricity, we want it to be reliable, we are paying the cost of this infrastructure, and then this non-patriotic, a few Ugandans, either ignorantly or intentionally, because I don't think they get a lot of rewards from that. They vandalize the equipment. So we take note, and as a sector, we are coming up with a center of excellence to serve the entire industry across. Merger or no merger, we are coming up with a decentralized facility that is able to handle these specialized activities and services so that there is no repetition and redundancy. Now, on the timelines for merger, the information that I have from my minister is that given that the consumer, the electricity consumer, is going through the transition from Umeme to another company, and that is not small, because it means, like I've been saying, that you may see different faces at the district. You may end up seeing different people, different managers, different regional managers. The sector has requested government to allow us to first handle the transition of receiving our assets back from Umeme, and then after that, go on to the transition, to completion of the transition of Madian. But as we receive these assets, I've already shared that in the distribution segment, we've already started the rationalization. We are not encouraging splitting. Wherever the license ends, we bring together. Wherever the license ends, we do bring together. That is Boroboro. This question went to Mende, that an official collected money, but also this is a bit of a criminal offense, but I would like Mende to comment whether this person is known to them, and you have helped the community to clarify as well as recover their money, because why did this person collect the money? So please, you will clarify on this, but this is a criminal offense. And me, I don't understand, I don't underestimate the power of collective being together, working together. Although I don't want to encourage you to work outside the provisions of the law. Don't commit another crime by wanting to solve another crime. Let's follow the laws and the processes that are in place. But Umeme will clarify on this further. Now, there is a question on when you pay early in the month, when you pay later in the month. The Director of Economic Regulation, Dr. Koboy, will respond on to that, on the issues of lifeline, on the issues of fixed charge vis-a-vis taxes. When do they come in? And this concern has always been on and on. As a head of ERA, what I can promise you is that we will deepen the engagement and the sharing of this information. I know that we even have a video, we have worksheets on this. There are times when we up the game of sensitization, it comes down, but now it seems the confusion is again coming up. So the Director of Economic Regulation, Dr. Koboy, will respond to that. Then there was an issue of, I said I will talk about the price at the end, whether it is 200, 300, 900, 1,000, I will comment on that at the end. The increased, the law of demand and supply, yes. The law of demand and supply, incidentally in the electricity sector, it works in the reverse. In the reverse, in such that is why in my presentation I indicated that the more we release this suppressed demand, the more the costs are spread over many consumers, and the lower the tariff comes down naturally. However, these electrons that you see, before even a license is issued, before the plant is set up, the developers, the government pays the money. Meaning that the little we take, the more we pay. Meaning that now, what is important is what government has engaged in to connect all people onto the network, to popularize the value addition centers of the PDM, popularize the minimum value addition, so that these electrons are all consumed, so that the cost is spread over many consumers and it naturally comes down. Otherwise, if that is not done during this period of cost recovery, you are paying back a debt. Because you have to pay debt for these engines. Yes, the turbines. The good thing is that they are going to be here, like in Aruba, they were talking about 70 years. They will outlive us, our children and great-grandchildren will enjoy them. For them, they will enjoy the way we enjoy in Aruba and Chile, because debt is paid, the cost is very low. Now, for the plants where the debt is not yet paid, the Yagani, the Karuma, the December, we have to pay debt. So the more we use this energy, the less the impact on the end user type. Because we are using the energy, and therefore we are able to pay and spread the cost over a big number of consumers. Now, there is a question on that you are not prioritizing to connect people on the government program, and that you are like in those days of electricity, you are on and off with the program. They come today, you suspend it. Then they hear you resume. Then they come, then they say go 480. Then you pay 110. Please speak through those issues when you respond, so that we make it clear to the public on the programs that are being implemented, funded by government, not by the private consumer. Lira, you answer David also. First day, expensive, last day, middle, please, you answer that. How much are you going to charge next year? And there is a concern that since this is the first public hearing in Lira, if the cost increases what the entire country say, the Lira people accepted for the cost increase. Now, at the beginning of this public hearing, the moderator and indeed the person who was giving procedure was very clear that the decision is not going to be made today. Because the body that you saw there is not here. There is only one member who is chairing. What we can assure you is that your comments will contribute to the input in addition to those we've received through the print media, in addition to those that to the applications that we've received. All that is going to be reviewed and then these applications be determined. Will the price increase? Will the price reduce? It is not even not the chair of the session knows, because we are now in the process of collecting views. We've had so many dim lights, overloaded transformers, poor voltage transformer injection. You may find that the nodes you are passing between here Kaketo may result in need for investment in addition to what they have applied for. And you cannot ignore you, because if we don't upgrade the transformer, it means we are not increasing the consumption, and therefore we are not increasing the revenue to the sector, and we shall not be able to bring down the tariff. Again, I repeated when I was presenting that the regulator has a balance to make. One, you need reliable power. I'm so happy. As you were beginning, you were switching from generator to main, generator to main. I noticed that. I'm happy now that we are on a reliable supply. So you want reliable supply. To get reliable supply, you've already raised your concerns. You want to access electricity. To access it, you've raised your concerns. There are incomplete schemes. There are inadequate facilities that are providing that require upgrade. Now, these require to provide for investments in the tariff that we pay, in addition to what government puts in. So it is a balancing act. On one side, you don't want, and at times that is why projects delay, because we cannot handle everyone across the country at the same time. Otherwise, nobody will be able to afford it to pay for the tariff, and even the industries will fly with the other countries in the region. So I want to confirm that there is no decision being made today. But the comments that we are collecting are going to be compiled into a public hearing report. This report will be presented as part of the review that has been done on the applications that have been presented here today. And then all of that will be able to sieve out and synthesize and be able to determine these applications in the best interest of the public and the consumer. So Lira, don't worry. Kampala has done this for 19 years. You've never attacked them. There's no way they can come for you. But most of the time, by the way, these tariffs are going down. Like for example, the person was commenting on numbers. When I was presenting, I really indicated that these tariffs were way over 1,000. Now we're in 700, and as we increase access, as we increase consumption, we are coming down. We are not only targeting industries 5 cents, but we are targeting power to be affordable to all the customer categories to improve the quality of lives of the citizens. Now, incomplete schemes, they have started completing these schemes. It is unfortunate that your voters are saying you gave us the air, but this was as a result of intermittency in the project that was implementing. But now they have started completing these schemes. If you want the detail of when they will be where, again, register your number with Mr. Kaketa, then we shall be able to channel you through to the ministry. Those projects are implemented by the ministry through the Rural Electrification Commission. How long should the pole stand? These poles have a lifetime of about 12 to 20 years if they are wooden, and then concrete 20 years and above. But we don't want poles to stand without delivering electrons to the consumer, so we are concerned, and therefore we are going to take up this with the ministry, because most of them were implemented under the TDEA, under the ERT 1, 2, 3, and these are funding through the Treasury implemented by the ministry through the Rural Electrification arm. Now, a pertinent question is about your service provider referring you to other parties. Please hold your service provider accountable. When he says Raya, Umeme, Era, what, don't listen. Tell them to take up that background. It is their responsibility. They are paid to do that. You don't know Raya, you signed a contract to be able to be supplied with power with your distribution company. Let it be the one to do the rest, but not you to be able to find out whether this is now ministry, this is now rare, this is now maybe, this is now EDCL. No. The only thing that he can do is to give you a schedule and keep you updated so the problem is resolved, but not to refer you to the deep, which deep you may not be the best placed person to identify who, where, and when. I now give opportunity to Meme to respond to the rest of your questions. Thank you. And the DR, the Director of Economic Regulation. Let's start with DR, then we'll go. You introduce yourself again and respond to, please clarify, why are people paying the more on the first day, paying the more on the last day, and then paying fairly in the middle of the month?
Thank you. I'm Paul Okoboy Geoffrey. As the CEO has said, I'm the Director of Economic Regulation. In brief, economic regulation is in charge of determining the price for the electricity that you pay, you and me, all of us pay for. Now, the electricity that we pay has three components. The first component is the service fee. The service fee for every month, like even water, you pay for service fee. So the service fee is 3,360 for us who are domestic consumers. The other component is what we call the energy charge. Now for the units, the Yaka units that we buy, we also pay for it. And it is paid according to the tariff that is charged for that month, for that quarter. So in every year, the tariffs are changed 4 times. So there are 4 quarters for which the tariffs are changed. So there is a quarterly adjustment of the tariff. If the tariff has 2 components. There is what we call a lifeline. That is the tariff that government has put in place to support people who are low income. So a unit is sold at 250 shillings. And you are capable of taking only 15 of those units which are sold at 250 shillings. Now, units above 15, and many people, by the way, they consume just 15 units in a month. Now, units above 15 are charged at a price which depends. It can be 796 in a given month, or 802, depending on the adjustments that are made. The other component is the tax. That is tax as was said. So all that constitute what we pay for the unit of electricity. Now, at the beginning of every month, government will charge a tax, and you will pay service charge. In between the month, the moment you have paid those two components of the tax and service charge, for service charge you pay once a month, but the tax you pay every time you buy a unit of what? Electricity. That means that there will be a difference in the what? The number of units you will receive. The other units we said 15 of them, you get them at the beginning of your purchase. So if you have, for example, we take an example that you have 10,000 that you have just what used at the beginning of the month when they have just what the month has started. When you pay 10,000, you are capable of taking your first 15 units before the additional units you get. So when you pay 10,000 and you qualify for the 15 units, you will be capable of taking up to 17 units for the 10,000 that you have what you have used to pay. But subsequently, when you buy again the electricity, now it will be charged at 796. This time you bought it at 250. That's why you have more units. But now when you buy it at the higher price, you are likely to get what? Lower units. Because now the price is higher. And that is now the issue of education that you say. So this education is very important. And UMEME has a full, they call it an app. For those who have smartphones, I can use download that application for UMEME, which gives information on how you can determine the number of units you are going to get in case you do a purchase. We also continuously give that information whenever we have an opportunity for consumers, as we are doing today, and we thank you very much for raising that question. When we have an opportunity to speak on the radio, we also bring this information. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director, for simplifying my job of public education by giving them a link to the app. Yeah, and thank you very much, members that have raised the questions towards our service in Lira and the surrounding. I want to assure you of our commitment to serve you even better every passing day. Because I did indicate to you that if you actually do not have that power, then I have no reason to be in office. And same as my colleagues here. So we are dedicated to giving you safe and reliable power as we are mandated to do. I will start on the issue of connections, especially the government connections. It is true, as the CEO indicated, that we are actually implementing the government-funded program, commonly known as the Scale Up program. And it is open right now. We do not have any suspension right now. I wanted to share some numbers specifically for Lira. So we had a backlog. As you know, I indicated to you that this is a government program. We do the connections as and when the funds are available. And I want to tell you that the funds are available. As we speak now, as of end of October, in Lira alone, both for pole and no pole service, we have
Never know this thing. I've taken almost like 30 minutes. Will I even eat today?
Nalongo! Nalongo! Muchala!
Wanji?
My baby wife!
What's going on today?
Let me first get a seat here. Very, very okay. Oh, Muchala, how was your day?
My day was well, but of course this Sigiri has been stressing me out as usual. In fact, I even wanted to prepare meat for you today.
Worry not. I have good news and better news. Which one should I start with?
I tell you how. Okay, let's start with good news.
The good news is I have found something new that will make our cooking faster and easier. It is safer, it is cleaner, and it is convenient.
Tell me about it.
In this box that I am carrying is the e-Seflia. It uses power for cooking, and I have been told it cooks all the foods that we have in this house.
But shall we even afford the yaka?
That is where the better news comes in. I've been told that this thing uses very little power for cooking. In fact, they told me that it takes only 35 minutes to cook food. I'm telling you.
What?
In fact, you need to try it out.
Yeah! Let's go.
Jack, come we got first thing. I'm telling you. No. Are you tired of wrestling with those stubborn Sigiris in the kitchen? Well, no more hassle, because the e-Seflia is here to save the day and your sanity. It is a faster, safer, cheaper, cleaner, and convenient way to cook. It leaves your kitchen sparkling like a chef's smile and will have you cooking up a storm without storming your wallet on electricity bills. It practically cooks for you while you sit back and enjoy a well-deserved break. To apply for the e-Seflia, visit your Umeme office or apply through the Umeme app or website. Make payment through any of our accredited banking partners using your Yaka account number. Then
community has asked about the progress of the projects that have been abandoned in the area. They've asked about the progress of the World Bank Scale-Up project to be able to deepen the access to the neighborhood of the city, of the last city. They've raised the issues to do with the optimization to avoid the redundancy, progress of rationalization, and they've made pertinent inputs into the process. We intend to take care of these comments as we review the application so that the body of the ERA, the authority, determines the application. The full report of this public hearing will be made available on 27th December 2024. So we thank the community in Lira. We've been here for a week long, engaging the community to listen to them on the issues pertaining the services concerning electricity supply that they receive from the distribution companies around. And we've been able to appreciate their appreciation, especially to the government for the infrastructure that has been developed in the area and that it has improved and that the blackout are no longer happening. What now is remaining is a few faults here and there, which are a one-off, which we need to continue addressing through restoration, through replacement of broken poles, through interaction closely with the community so that they are able to enjoy a reliable supply. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. So where?
All the way to the women.
Never know this thing. I've taken almost like 30 minutes. Will I even eat today?
No longer! No longer! Muchala!
Wanji?
My baby wife!
What's going on today?
Let me first get a seat here. Very, very okay. Oh, Muchala, how was your day?
My day was well, but of course this Sigiri has been stressing me out as usual. In fact, I even wanted to prepare meat for you today.
Worry not. I have good news and better news. Which one should I start with?
I tell you how. Okay, let's start with good news.
The good news is I have found something new that will make our cooking faster and easier. It is safer, it is cleaner, and it is convenient.
Tell me about it.
In this box that I am carrying is the e-Sefria. It uses power for cooking, and I have been told it cooks all the foods that we have in this house.
But shall we even afford the yaka?
That is where the better news comes in. I've been told that this thing uses very little power for cooking. In fact, they told me that it takes only 35 minutes to cook food. I'm telling you.
What?
In fact, you need to try it out.
Let's
Jack, come we got to first thing. I'm telling you. Are you tired of wrestling with those stubborn Sigiris in the kitchen? Well, no more hassle, because the e-Sefria is here to save the day and your sanity. It is a faster, safer, cheaper, clean.
Yagihime yuba mobero meno in MAGARITHA Palace Hotel kama waneno meno irionget me Electricity Regulatory Authority notia ratekere ubema mapapat kan me Lira City me Lira District me Oyam Apach Kere Districts mukene mati Lansa Region waneno penya papat mukati waneno foch ma meno dulmi omeme omeo bang onwali me lao kachel kere Uganda loro pinwa kipiario mageno tiyo kere Uganda me buko kachel kere kubu macha wa winyo lok mu keyboard executive officer no director medul era mukati kun mohoni era tia teni da era tia mecha ho gamutich keyboard umeme ma report neuroni ngingiti agotich kio imwahama bieno mero mahali bario piario ya ngwen kia bit kun yuba mano bero mikati wa hoki well chile adi ma onywali me Uganda Romo Cholonemi ne gino no much electricity Doko yuni Karuma hydroelectricity dam aye buku much adit nyo buku much what's at wrong meno in northern Uganda kere Uganda aloro report neuroni Karuma Hydro Dam, buku megawatts maromo 600 nyo mia bichel meno megawatts ma Karuma Hydro Power Dam buku Uganda kachel ki miyo majbot nwali me northern Uganda meno tunku malume Uganda mapaki meno wangere ni swa phase 1 kere 2 betie kakonyo tutwal Karuma me buku mach kachel kere dam mokere mati madio kolo kere mokere maga mente tigi neno ne neno ni uchaho tich ati imwaki mabiena nyim waneno bene unywali nyote dero me lanka muka tikera pe ngomio ka yini chulo chene ni ya charine no units mapol e ka ki chulo tienge mario units doho ping ateha meno kore gi kore wabero gi kare mino agam atut mapore kibot meno imat muka tikun katikere la pen mapapat bot jomo penyo katikere la agama papat bot jomo penyo la pen mapapat makwa home match electricity waneno bene meno dul mapapat makono tiu kachel ki ministry ni energy and mineral development na hotam mineno ni giem oneno ni rock mi lao kachel kere Uganda loro uno match well abe ma petero chene itegi chawgi so mane ni ukelowa ya gi hidok report me choke mane keep mo mokekere wembo karo ineno dwe piario we abiro miduma pario ini mahali bario piario wangwen minyang ati kama moha migore man uchuye kachel kinero ni gi yaro bot unywali melogo Uganda so ye wagika kan anabedo Nancy Atim Pi Radio QFM iromo local proceedings in way obere YouTube channel wa meno ni Radio QFM 94.3 kachel kan anabedo kere producer mamega obero Justin Ocha mo konyo neno ni yuba man obe jang internet wa nyo luonge jang YouTube mamegwa meno Radio QFM wabero kakanyi Margarita pale sote manya Nancy Atim wagi kakany ni ramala chen wakili yuba mapapat
convenient way
Never know this thing. I've taken almost like 30 minutes. Will I even eat today?
No longer! Muchala!
Wanji?
My baby wife!
What's going on today?
Let me first get a seat here. Very okay. Oh, Muchala, how was your day?
My day was well, but of course this sigiri has been stressing me out as usual. In fact, I even wanted to prepare meat for you today.
Worry not. I have good news and better news. Which one should I start with?
Ate how? Okay, let's start with good news.
The good news is I have found something new that will make our cooking faster and easier. It is safer, it is cleaner, and it is convenient.
Tell me about it.
In this box that I am carrying is the e-Sefria. It uses power for cooking, and I have been told it cooks all the foods that we have in this house.
But shall we even afford the yaka?
That is where the better news comes in. I've been told that this thing uses very little power for cooking. In fact, they told me that it takes only 35 minutes to cook food. I'm telling you.
What?
In fact, you need to try it out.
Yeah! Let's go.
Jack, come we got first thing. I'm telling you. No. Are you tired of wrestling with those stubborn sigiris in the kitchen? Well, no more hassle because the e-Sefria is here to save the day and your sanity. It is a faster, safer, cheaper, cleaner, and convenient way to cook. It leaves your kitchen sparkling like a chef's smile and will have you cooking up a storm without storming your wallet on electricity bills. It practically cooks for you while you sit back and enjoy a well-deserved break. To apply for the e-Sefria, visit your Umeme office or apply through the Umeme app or website. Make payment through any of our accredited banking partners using your Yaka account number. Then smile all the way to the Umeme office to pick up your e-Sefria. What is that?
I think the time we set is ready.
Really?
Yeah.
I think the food.
Does it mean our meat is ready?
Let's check it out. Let's open it and see.
Wow.
Wow!
Oh my God.
Hey, this thing is already ready.
It looks tasty.
Oh my God. Hey, but bring the plates and we serve.
Let me bring the plate and we serve our food.
This
But
thing
tell
is
me,
tasty.
is the meat like soft?
Very nice.
Wow.
But those of Mama Junior were visiting today. We need to eat quickly and we do what? And we go.
Don't you like share?
This food is so tasty.